Diyos. Ako rin mag-udisa dia kaniya, may naro kay nalaya. Kada kampung na yung ref na 22 ikan sa 16, 22.
Hinahanap nga
Ayaw
siya.
ka. Ang akong kulay haligera.
Eh, boss.
Push buhay pa, magtawid ng daan.
Labuan lang, labuan lang.
Pilitin pa.
Tuupod.
Ay, natanggas.
Bossing. Present.
Ay, boss. Kani mo idol natin. Yan. Tapos sa'yo bawal. Pagtanan mo. Parang Lawang pastabay secure. Sa baanta. Abaw, ayo.
Alisin na nila.
Hilom. Hilom.
Ano isa po? Ano tawag nila?
Ito kung pagtawag mo, pagkulas ako sa Almoranas. Ako ngayon.
Pinin nila. Inano ka to?
Pura din yung ma-afford na ko. Ipan pag kaunod siya tayo. Awa na lang tayo.
Binasa na? Binasa na?
Bukas. Bukas sa public order. Dipsyon tayo. Nangyari kasi dyan. Is na ang mga opisyalis sa pagkakulong sa bilang. Ang bilang doon lang.
The session is called to order. Please stand. Please remain standing for the singing of the national anthem. Please remain standing for a minute of silent prayer and meditation. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended.
Ay! The baby! Oh, pero sumulat na ako. Yung secret niya.
Pwede.
Pala, please. 81 yan. Ito, nakalagay mo.
Lagyan nga natin ng butas doon, pare.
Bibili ako ng generator. Kaya walang cell kahit sa... Sandali lang tayo maghihintay. Over po siya. Wala kasi yung 150, 155, 156. Hindi tinatawag eh. 160. 160. Yan ang kulay natin ngayon.
Ibigay lang kayo kanulog sa archo.
magna-national anthem muna. Ha? Oo nga. Oh. Ay, ano? Like to call it. Yes. Paano yung journal?
Tayo, boss. Hindi, wala.
162 na daw, meron na. Waiting na. Oo, magtatawag, mag-ano ka. Baka may umalis pa. Defer? O hindi na babasahin?
Maliit na lang.
Ay, nako. Ay.
Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Tayo ba magsasabi o sige? Okay, Madam Speaker.
Sila na magsasabi.
Bang it for. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we call the roll of members.
The Secretary General is directed to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Omentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtam, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Kua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo Siti Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulyas, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lim Kaichong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Oaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, the roll call shows that 191 members responded to the call.
With 191 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the deferment of the approval of journal of the previous session.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we acknowledge the guests of Representative Siriaco B. Gato Jr., representative of the Lone District of Batanes, Mayor Jonathan Enrique Nanud of the Municipality of Uyugan, Batanes, and Mr. Robert Come. I so move.
To the guests of the Honorable Representative Gato, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the titles of the bills and resolutions, the bills on first reading and the resolutions.
Bills on first reading. House Bill 8636, strengthening the mechanism for land use development and infrastructure planning and budgeting for state universities and colleges.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 8637, providing for a moratorium on the payment of student loans during disasters and other emergencies by Representative Fresnedi.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and to the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 8638, establishing a legal scholarship and return service program by Representative Fresnedi.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 8639, providing opportunities to underprivileged high school students to take college entrance examinations in private higher education institutions free of charge, by Representative Fresnedi.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 8640, to enhance the employability and competitiveness of the K-12 graduates through the creation of education and employment linkage councils at the national and local levels, by Representative Fresnedi.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 8641, granting free tertiary agricultural education and other related courses to all dependent children of qualified indigent farmers, by Representative Fresnedi.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 8642, requiring the inclusion of financial literacy and entrepreneurship as separate core subjects in the junior and senior high school curricula of the K-12 program, by Representative Fresnedi.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 8643, establishing the Philippine Virtual Library, by Representative Fresnedi.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 8644, upgrading the classification of Ligao District Office of the LTO in Ligao City, Albay from Class D to Class B District Office, by Representative Cabredo.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 8645, upgrading the minimum salary grade of government nurses from salary grade 11 to 15, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 8646, upgrading the service capacity of the Hospital ng Parañaque in the city of Parañaque from first level to second level community hospital, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 8647, establishing a Kadiwa ni Ani at Kita Center in every city and municipality and Kadiwa ni Ani at Kita stores in every barangay, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 8648, to further develop capability and establish expeditious transformation of the DND and its bureaus, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on National Defense and Security.
House Bill 8649, institutionalizing the national policy on access and benefit sharing from the utilization of Philippine genetic resources, by Representative Cuwa.
To the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 8650, mandating LGUs to provide pag-ibig benefits to their contractual employees under a job order, contractual of service, or other similar contractual arrangement through a shared contribution scheme, by Representative Gintu.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 8651, amending the Public Telecommunications Policy Act of the Philippines by requiring public telecommunications entities and internet service providers to institute a refund mechanism for service outages and disruptions, by Representative Gintu.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 8652, lowering the cost of electricity in special economic zones and free port zones, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 8653, enhancing the ease of doing business by exempting MSMEs from the payment of percentage tax, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 8654, declaring September 11 of every year a special non-working holiday in Altavas, Aklan, to be known as the Altavas Day, by Representative Marquez.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 8655, granting discounts on certain transactions to OFWs, by Representative Bautista.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers' Affairs.
House Bill 8656, providing for a transparent food security system, establishing an agriculture information system, by Representative Bautista.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 8657, providing for the protection of geographical indications for agricultural or natural products, processed products, wines and spirits, or any products of handicraft or industry, by Representative Marino.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 8658, establishing the Waste Workers Health and Welfare Program, by Representative Co. Angelica Natasha.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 8659, regulating the practice of plumbing engineering in the Philippines, by Representative Nograles Margarita.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 8660, to ensure water security by ordaining institutional and regulatory reforms in water through the creation of the Department of Water, the Water Regulatory Commission, and the National Water Corporation, by Representative Nograles Margarita.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 8661, providing for the remedy of filing a petition for certiorari to the Supreme Court to review the decisions of the NLRC, by Representative Nograles Margarita.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 8662, mandating government offices and/or establishment to allot at least 50% of their energy requirements to solar energy, corollary mandating the same to install solar panels onto their buildings, by Representative Nograles Margarita.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 8663, integrating driving and road safety education in the senior high school curriculum, by Representative Ligarda.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
Resolution, House Resolution 1147, directing the Committee on Transportation to conduct an inquiry on the current state of the Philippine air transportation and the rising number of complaints by air passengers involving payment glitches, flight cancellations, arbitrary rebookings, denied boardings, and flight delays, by Representative Nograles Margarita.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communications, letter dated June 8, 2023 of the COA Regional Director, Regional Office 4A, furnishing the House of Representatives with copies of their annual audit reports for the year ending December 31, 2022 on certain water districts.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated June 10, 2023 of the Secretary Acting Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, OPAPRU, informing the House that OPAPRU's financial report for the month of May 2023 was submitted to the Unified Reporting System and posted on their official website.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated June 14, 2023 of the COA OIC Commissioner furnishing the House with copies of their annual audit reports and management letters on certain government corporations.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Various letters submitted by local government chief executives regarding their fund utilization and status of program project implementation of the Local Government Support Fund.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Committee reports. Committee Report 704, submitted by the Committees on Basic Education and Culture, Youth and Sports Development, and Appropriations on House Bill 8700. Committee Report numbers 705 and 706, submitted by the Committees on Basic Education and Culture and Appropriations on House Bill numbers 8701 and 8702.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 8327. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the said measure and call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 8327, an act restructuring the Philippine National Police, creating additional police offices and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose sections 25, 26, 29, 30, 31, 35, 35-A, 36, 67 and 67-A of Republic Act number 6975, otherwise known as the Department of the Interior and Local Government Act of 1990 as amended, and Section 32 of Republic Act number 8551, otherwise known as the Philippine National Police Reform and Reorganization Act of 1998. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 8327 on third reading. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavi, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Puentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kung Hun, Labad-Labad, Lakson, Lakson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lezatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lim Kay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Mordeno, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Bryan, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call, in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 8327. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Arenas, Asistio, Ataide, Omentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bilyones, Biron, Bondok, Bongalon, Bosita, Brosas, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Kahayon Uy, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Chua, Chungalao, Co Elizaldi, Colada, Corvera, Cuwa, Dayanghirang, Divinesia, De Los Santos, Duavit, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Enverga, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Juliet, Frasco, Garcia Dante, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Gasataya, Go Ed Christopher, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta, Gintu, Hagidorn, Co Olga Ara, Co Ricardo, Ponghun, Lacson, Lara, Lee, Libanan, Loyola, Macapagal Arroyo, Manuel, Mariano Hernandez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Miguel, Nava, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Olaso, Padiernos, Paduano, Panotes, Peña, Pimentel, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Puno, Kimbo, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salvame, Saulug, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Suarez, Tan Samir, Tan Tambut, Tan Huatco, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tupas, Tutor, T, Unabia, Ungab, Velasco, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Violago, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen,
With 187 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 8327 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, at this point, we'd like to greet the visitors of Congresswoman Margarita Migs Nograles. They are from the Filipino golf prodigies who participated in the Junior PGT Series 2023 at the Caliraya Springs Golf Club in Laguna. And they are, Madam Speaker, we have our guests, Mona Sarines, Lisa Sarines, Vito Sarines, and their parents, Arnold and Armida Sarines, and their coach, Roberto Bernis. So move, Madam Speaker.
To the guests of the Honorable Margarita Nograles, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Maria Alana Samantha Talino Santos of the 3rd District of Cotabato, namely from the Department of Education Schools Division of the Office of Cotabato, Romelito Flores, Geo Marie Lutero, Jean Flores, Maricel Lutero, Melo Dena, Elentrio, Ranyola Rodelia, Jeffrey Macambak, and Eileen Guanzon. I so move, Madam Speaker.
To the guests of the Honorable Maria Alana Samantha Talino Santos, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 7728. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the said bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 7728, an act simplifying the procedure in the disposition of public agricultural lands, amending for the purpose Section 24 of Commonwealth Act Number 141, otherwise known as the Public Land Act. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 7728, Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondoc, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bullet Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Shungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagoo, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo Siti Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavid, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Kiko, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Uwamenal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Oano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 7728. Abante, Abunda, Acop, Advincula, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Arenas, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Barba, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bilyones, Biron, Bondok, Busita, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Kahayon Uy, Campos, Kawagdan, Kari, Chua, Shungalao, Ko Elizaldi, Colada, Corvera, Kua, Dayanghirang, De Venecia, Duavit, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Espares Espina, Estrella Yudela Fernandez, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Garcia Dante, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent Gasataya, Go Ed Christopher, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta, Gintu, Hagedorn, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Konghun, Lacson, Lara, Lee, Libanan, Loyola, Macapagal Arroyo, Mariano Hernandez, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Nava, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Olaso, Padiernos, Paduano, Panotes, Peña, Pimentel, Pleito, Puno, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salvalme, Saulog, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Tambunting, Tan Samir, Tan Tambut, Tanwatco, Teves Arnolfo, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tutor, T, Ungab, Vargas Alfonso, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villarasa Suarez, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 193 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 7728 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8187 For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 8187, an act declaring National Election Day as regular non-working holiday, amending for the purpose Section 26, Chapter 7 of Book 1 of Executive Order number 292, otherwise known as the Administrative Code of 1987. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8187. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Colliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Kua, Quaresma, Dagoop, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Zagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Limcaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Aurelio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulub, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, U. Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8187. Abunda, Acop, Advincula, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Arenas, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Barba, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bilyones, Biron, Bondok, Bosita, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Kahayon Uy, Campos, Kawagdan, Kari, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Elizaldi, Colada, Corvera, Kua, Dayang Hirang, Divinesia, Duavit, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fernandez, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Garcia Dante, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Gasataya, Go Ed Christopher, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gintu, Hagidorn, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Lacson, Lara, Lee, Libanan, Loyola, Macapagal Arroyo, Mariano Hernandez, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Nava, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Olaso, Padiernos, Paduano, Panotes, Peña, Pimentel, Pleito, Puno, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salvame, Saulug, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Tambunting, Tan Samir, Tan Tambut, Tan Huatco, Teves Arnolfo, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tutor, T, Ungab, Vargas Alfonso, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villaraza Suarez, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 198 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 8187 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8265. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting. I so move, Madam Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill and call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 8265, an act providing for the registration, regulation, and operation of cooperative banks. Roll call of members in consideration of the approval on third reading of House Bill number 8265. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bullet Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagnan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Shungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma, Dagoog, Dalipe, Daldo, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Gorseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Nakson, Lakson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Dumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Waminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Oano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Monjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robles, Rodrigo Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yedemarie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Nihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Yutor T, Omali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriana, Valmayor Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U ZJ Isel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 8265. Abunda, Aco, Padgincola, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez, Mercedes, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Arenas, Ataide, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Bilyones, Biron, Bondok, Bulut Begtang, Bustos, Kahayon Uy, Campos, Kawagdan, Kari, Chua, Shungalao, Co Elizalde, Colyada, Corvera, Cuwa, Dayanghirang de Venecia, Duavit, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Espares Espina Estrella Udela Fernandez, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Garcia Dante, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Gasataya, Go Ed Christopher, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta, Gintu Hagedorn, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Lacson, Lara Lili Banan, Loyola, Macapagal Arroyo, Mariano Hernandez, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Olaso, Padiernos, Paduano, Panotes, Peña, Puno, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Roque, Sakaluran, Salvame, Saulog, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Tambunting, Tan Samir, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Tiangco, Tieng Tolentino, Tutor, T. Ungab, Vargas Alfonso, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villarasa Suarez, Yap Christopher Son, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 206 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 8265 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8269. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting. I so move, Madam Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure and call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 8269, an act protecting the rights of internally displaced persons and penalizing the acts of arbitrary internal displacement. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8269. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Aco, Padyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Bilyones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, Franz, Castro, Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko, Angelica, Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Ko, Juanco, Jaime, Ko, Juanco, Mark, Colada, Colyantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Hua, Quaresma, Dagok, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Gali, Dimaporo, City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fesnedi, Fentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gastataya, Gato, Ogo, Ed Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Culias, Gutierrez, Sagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horebata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin Lili, Garda Libanan, Limcanchong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsinong Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Plato, Premisa Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Vialago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, U. Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 8269. Abunda, Acop, Advincula, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Arenas, Ataide, Aumentado, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Billones, Beron, Bondok, Bustos, Kahayon Uy, Campos, Kawagdan, Kari, Chua, Chungalao, Ko Elizalde, Colada, Corvera, Cuwa, Dayang Hirang, De Venecia, Duavit, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fernandez, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Garcia Dante, Garcia Pablo Jan, Gasataya, Go Ed Christopher, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gintu, Hagidorn, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Lacson, Lara, Lee, Libanan, Loyola, Macapagal Arroyo, Mariano Hernandez, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Olaso, Padiernos, Paduano, Panotes, Peña, Puno, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Roque, Sakaluran, Salvame, Saulu, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Tambunting, Tan Samir, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tutor, T. Ungab, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villaraza Suarez, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, Zamora Maria Carmen.
Dito.
With 212 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill Number 8269 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 8443. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting. I so move, Madam Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure and call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 8443, an act institutionalizing the Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System, mandating its use in policy and decision-making, designating the agencies responsible for its implementation, providing institutional arrangements among responsible agencies, and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 8443. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bonilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosos Buhayin, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste Chan, Chato, Chua, Shungalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Co Juanco Jaime, Co Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagoc, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo, City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gullies Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel. Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Owano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Bayan, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagdalan, Sagarbarilla, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valdemayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 8443. Abunda, Acop, Advincola, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Angara, Aquino, Arenas, Atayde, Aumentado, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Billones, Biron, Bustos, Kahayon Uy, Campos, Cawagdan, Cari, Chua, Shungalao, Co Elizalde, Colada, Corvera, Cua, Dayanghirang, De Venecia, Duavit, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Espares, Espina, Yudela, Fernandez, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Garcia Dante, Garcia Pablo John, Gasataya, Goed Christopher, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gintu, Hagedorn, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Lacson, Lara, Lee, Libanan, Loyola, Macapagal Arroyo, Mariano Hernandez, Matugas, Mendoza Mercado, Nograles 1, Fidel Felipe. Olaso, Padiernos, Paduano, Panotes, Peña, Puno. Rodriguez Eulogio. Rodriguez Rufus. Roman, Roque, Sakaluran, Salvame, Saulug. Singson Ronald, Tambunting. Tan Samir, Tan Tambut. Teves Arnolfo. Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tutor, T. Ungab, Villafuerte Luis Raymond. Villapuerte Miguel Luis. Villanueva. Villarasa Suarez. Yap Christopherson. Yap Eric. U. Divina Grace. Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 215 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 3 abstentions, House Bill number 8443 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8456. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting. I so move, Madam Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure and call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 8456, an act promoting the development of Philippine downstream natural gas industry, consolidating for the purpose all laws relating to the transmission, distribution, and supply of natural gas and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8456. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon. Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba. Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte. Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon. Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino Magsaysay. Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascook, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chunggalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juan, Ko Jaime, Ko Juan, Ko Mark, Colada, Colliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulyas, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Lim Kaichong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri.
Madam Speaker.
Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 8456. Abunda, Acop, Advincula, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Arenas, Ataite, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Billones, Biron, Bustos, Kahayon Uy, Campos, Kawagdan, Kari, Chua, Chungalao, Elizaldi, Colada, Corvera, Cuwa, Dayang Hirang, Di Venecia, Duwavit, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Espares, Espina, Yudela, Fernandez, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Garcia Dante, Garcia Pablo Jan, Gasataya, Go Ed Christopher, Gonzaga, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gintu, Hagidorn, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Lacson, Lara, Lee, Libanan, Loyola, Macapagal Arroyo, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Olaso, Padiernos, Paduano, Puno, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Roque, Sakaluran, Saulug, Singson Ronald, Tambunting, Tan Samir, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tutor, T, Ungab, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villaraza Suarez, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, Zamora Maria Carmen.
With 215 members voting in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 8456 is hereby approved on third and final reading.
Madam
Majority
Speaker.
Leader.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, the Honorable Mark Coangco.
Yes, I'd like to inquire how my vote was recorded.
It's on the affirmative.
That's correct, Madam Speaker. However, I'd like to explain my vote.
Yes, you may.
Um,
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Had nuclear power been ready to deploy, my vote would have been in the negative. I would have voted no, because I don't believe the Philippines should head in the direction to be dependent on imported fossil fuels. And LNG, natural gas, since Malampaya is running out, is an imported fossil fuels, which is even more expensive than the coal we are using today. And so, being dependent on LNG will mean that we will have to spend many billions of US dollars every year to support the energy being generated by that imported LNG. With nuclear, we get rid of all of that. A tiny amount of importation for nuclear fuel remains. And so my vote of yes is conditional, because the most expensive electricity is no electricity at all. Kaya kapit po ako sa patalim na bumoto ng oo dahil wala pa po tayong alternatibo. Hindi pa po available ang nuclear power sa atin. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, the Honorable Mark Coangco. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we consider bills under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday. And pursuant to the rules, Madam Speaker, allow me to put forth an omnibus motion for consideration of the following House bills. House Bill number 8286, 8287, 8288, 8289, 8290, 8291, 8292, 8293, 8457, 8458, 8459, 8460, 8399, 8426, 8483, 8484, 8491, 8492, 8494, 8211, 8212, 8213, 8272, 8273, 8274, 8275, 8276, 8277, 8448, 8449, 8450, 8451, 8496, 8499, 8519, 8201, 8202, 8394, 8395, 8504, 8261, 8263, 8285, 8526, 8527, 7048, 8464, 8465, 8186, 8239, 293, 4275, 8279, 8280, 8281, 8282, 8283, and 8284. So moved, Madam Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the aforementioned measures.
House Bill number 8286, an act establishing a crab hatchery for the production and multiplication of mud crabs in Mindanao State University, Naawan, Province of Misamis Oriental, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8287, an act establishing a multi-species freshwater fish hatchery in the municipality of San Nicolas, Province of Pangasinan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8288, an act establishing a multi-species freshwater fish hatchery in the municipality of Rosales, Province of Pangasinan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8289, an act establishing a multi-species freshwater fish hatchery in the municipality of San Manuel, Province of Pangasinan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8290, an act establishing a multi-species freshwater fish hatchery in the municipality of San Quintin, Province of Pangasinan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8291, an act establishing a multi-species freshwater fish hatchery in the municipality of Santa Maria, province of Pangasinan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8292, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Tabina, province of Zamboanga del Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8293, an act establishing a satellite multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Libagon, province of Southern Leyte, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8457, an act establishing a fish port with ice plant and cold storage facilities in the municipality of Nueva Valencia, province of Guimaras, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8458, an act establishing a fish port in Barangay Malintubuan, municipality of Labason, province of Zamboanga del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8459, an act establishing a fish port in Barangay Macuyon, municipality of Siraway, province of Zamboanga del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8460, an act establishing a fish port in the municipality of Tangalan, province of Aklan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8399, an act separating the San Pablo National High School, Sakbulan Extension in Barangay Sakbulan, municipality of San Pablo, province of Zamboanga del Sur, from the San Pablo National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Sakbulan National High School, and appropriating funds therefore.
House Bill 8426, an act upgrading the Bataan General Hospital and Medical Center in the city of Balanga, province of Bataan, to a Mutual Specialty Apex Hospital, increasing its bed capacity from 500 to 1,000 beds and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8483, an act establishing in the municipality of Rodriguez Montalban, province of Rizal, a Level 2 hospital to be known as the Northern Tagalog Regional Hospital, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8484, an act upgrading the Bangi District Hospital in the municipality of Bangi, province of Ilocos Norte, into a Level 2 district hospital, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8491, an act converting the Dr. Catalino Gallego Nava Provincial Hospital in the municipality of Hordan, province of Guimaras, into a Level 2 hospital, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8492, an act establishing in the city of Victorias, province of Negros Occidental, a general hospital to be known as the Victorias City General Hospital, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8494, an act increasing the bed capacity of Teodoro B. Galagar District Hospital in the municipality of Hagna, province of Bohol, from 75 to 100 beds, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8211, an act establishing in the city of Tanawan, province of Batangas, a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center to be known as the Tanawan City Batangas Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8212, an act establishing in the city of Cabuyao, province of Laguna, a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center to be known as the Cabuyao City Laguna Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8213, an act establishing in the municipality of Dapa, Siargao Island, province of Surigao del Norte, a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center to be known as the Siargao Island, Surigao del Norte Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8272, an act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center in the city of Parañaque, Metro Manila, and appropriating funds therefore.
House Bill 8273, an act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center in the municipality of Cabagan, province of Isabela, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8274, an act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center in the municipality of Paracelis, Mountain Province, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8275, an act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center in the municipality of Bana, province of Ilocos Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8276, an act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center in the municipality of Mayoyao, province of Ifugao, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8277, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training and assessment center in the city of Maasin, province of Southern Leyte, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8448, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training and assessment center in the municipality of Rodriguez, formerly Montalban, province of Rizal, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8449, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training and assessment center in the municipality of Calibo, province of Aklan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8450, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training and assessment center in the municipality of Alabat, province of Quezon, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8451, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training and assessment center in the municipality of Ginayangan, province of Quezon, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8496, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training center in the municipality of Tigaon, province of Camarines Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8499, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training and assessment center in the municipality of Kibawe, province of Bukidnon, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8519, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training and assessment center in the municipality of Tubod, province of Lanao del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore.
House Bill 8201, an act establishing the CDO Sendong Memorial Eco Parks and Shrines in the city of Cagayan de Oro and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8202, an act declaring a parcel of land located in the municipalities of Polangi and Owas and cities of Ligao and Tabaco in the province of Albay, a protected area with the category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, to be referred to as the Mount Masagara Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8394, an act declaring a parcel of land located in the municipalities of Mayantok and San Jose in the province of Tarlac, a protected area with the category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, to be referred to as the Mount Sawtooth Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8395, an act declaring a parcel of land located in the municipalities of President Manuel A. Rojas, Katipunan, and Siayan in the province of Zamboanga del Norte, a protected area with a category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, to be referred to as the Mount Gutom Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8504, an act declaring a parcel of land located in the municipality of Sultan Naga de Maporo in the province of Lanao del Norte, a protected area with a category of protected landscape and seascape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, to be referred to as the Sultan Naga de Maporo Protected Landscape and Seascape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8261, an act mandating the full rehabilitation, upgrading, and maintenance of the Roman Superhighway in the province of Bataan. House Bill 8263, an act converting the road stretching from the Maharlika Junction to the barangays of Tabon-Tabon, Estanza, and Pinarik in Legazpi City, province of Albay, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8285, an act relocating the South Cotabato 1st District Engineering Office from Barangay Lagao, General Santos City, to the municipality of Tupi, province of South Cotabato, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8526, an act relocating the Cotabato 3rd District Engineering Office from the municipality of Malang to the municipality of Matalam, province of Cotabato, amending for the purpose Section 1 of Republic Act No. 11490. House Bill 8527, an act renumbering the district engineering offices of the Department of Public Works and Highways in the province of Bukidnon to correspond with the legislative district number where they are located.
House Bill Number 7048, an act declaring Dodiongan Falls located in Barangay Bonbonon, Iligan City, province of Lanao del Norte, an ecotourism destination. House Bill Number 8464, an act declaring the Innovative Tissue Culture Laboratory for Ornamental Plants, also known as the iLab Garden City project, located in Barangay Santa Cruz, Municipality of Giginto, province of Bulacan, a tourism site. House Bill Number 8465, an act declaring the immediate environs of St. Martin of Tours Parish Church, located in Barangay Poblacion, Municipality of Bocaue, Province of Bulacan, a tourism destination. House Bill Number 8186, an act establishing a land transportation office, district office, in the Municipality of Sulok, Province of Davao del Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8239, an act establishing a Maritime Industry Authority Regional Office in Balanga City, Province of Bataan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 293, an act establishing a Land Transportation Franchising and Regulatory Board Office in the Lone District of Bacolod City, Province of Negros Occidental, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. House Bill Number 4275, an act creating a Class D District Office of the Land Transportation Office in the Municipality of Nabua, Camarines Sur. House Bill Number 8279, an act establishing a Land Transportation Office, District Office in the Municipality of Cordova, Province of Cebu, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8280, an act establishing a Land Transportation Office, District Office in the Municipality of Consolacion, Province of Cebu, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8281, an act converting the Land Transportation Office Extension Office in the Municipality of Gataran, Province of Cagayan into a regular LTO District Office and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8282, an act converting the Extension Office of the Land Transportation Office in the Municipality of Taal, Province of Batangas into a District Office to be known as the Taal Land Transportation Office, District Office, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8283, an act establishing a Land Transportation Office, District Office in the Municipality of Padre Garcia, Province of Batangas, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 8284, an act converting the Land Transportation Office, DAPA District Office into a Class C LTO District Office, renaming the same as LTO Siargao District Office, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we consider the respective explanatory notes on the sponsor as the sponsorship speech of the said measures.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate on said local bills, I move that we terminate the period of interpellations.
There's a motion to, is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, there being no individual nor committee amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
There's a motion to terminate the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw my previous motion.
All previous motions withdrawn.
Okay. Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments and approve the committee and amendments, if any, as contained in the respective committee reports of the aforementioned bills.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the omnibus approval on second reading the following House bills: 8286, 8287, 8288, 8289, 8290, 8291, 8292, 8293, 8457, 8458, 8459, 8460, 8399, 8426, 8483, 8484, 8491, 8492, 8494, 8211, 8212, 8213, 8272, 8273, 8274, 8275, 8276, 8277, 8448, 8449, 8450, 8451, 8496, 8499, 8519, 8201, 8202, 8394, 8395, 8504, 8261, 8263, 8285, 8526, 8527, 7048, 8464, 8465, 816, 86, 8239-293, 4275-8279, 8280, 8281, 8282, 8283, 8284, and that's all, Madam Speaker. So move.
There's a motion to approve the aforementioned bills on second reading. Those are in favor, say aye. Those are against, say nay. The ayes have it. All aforementioned bills are approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that all the bills approved on third reading be immediately transmitted to the Senate. So move.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we'd like to acknowledge the guests of Honorable Rosemary Panotes of the 2nd District of Camarines Norte, and they are former Vice Mayor Juancho Ramores, Councilor Edgar Ramores, Mr. Michael William So, Miss Sarah May Coatienza, and Mr. Joseph Ong. So move, Madam Speaker.
To the guests of the Honorable Rosemary Conejos Panotes from the 2nd District of Camarines Norte, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we also would like to acknowledge the guests of Honorable John Baronda of the Lone District of Iloilo City, and they are the national officers of the Association of Tourism Officers of the Philippines, or the ATOP, and they are Junel Ann Divina Gracia, Attorney Jeffrey Saclot, Jomelyn Abuan, Edwin Ginto, Charlie Dungo, Eliseo de la Cruz. So move, Madam Speaker.
To the guests of the Honorable Julian Jam Baronda from the Lone District of Iloilo City, the national officers of the Association of Tourism Officers of the Philippines, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the creation of the Ad Hoc Committee on Military and Uniformed Personnel Pension System with its jurisdiction as follows. All matters relating to the military and uniformed personnel pension system, including its funding and revenue sources, management and schemes on contributions and benefits, and provisions on fiscal sustainability. I so move.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I move that we elect the following members to the Ad Hoc Committee on Military and Uniformed Personnel Pension System. As chairperson, Representative Joey Sarte Salceda. As vice chairpersons, Representative Raul Boboy C. Tupas, Representative Elizalde Esco, Representative Danes Fernandez. As members, Representative Edwin L. Olivares, Representative Aurelio Dong Gonzalez, Representative David J.J. Suarez. I so move.
There's a motion to elect the aforementioned members to the said committee. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Congratulations.
Madam Speaker, on the part of the majority, I also move to elect the following members to the various committees as follows. To the Committee on Local Government, as member, Zamora Maria Carmen S. To the Committee on North Luzon Growth Quadrangle, as vice chairperson, Morden Michael M. And as members, Guico Ramon Jr. N., Arenas Maria Rachel J., Vargas Alfonso Baby Aline, D. Faustino Ino V.A., Quaresma Luisa Loren, Kua Midi N., Yap Eric Go, T. Alan Yu, Estrella Robert Raymond M., Salo Ron P., Lacson Virgilio S., Aquino Magsaysay, Milagros. To the Committee on Public Accounts, as member, Johnny Pimentel. And to the Committee on Revision of Laws, as members, Salceda, Joey Sarte. I so move, Madam Speaker.
There's a motion to elect the said members to the aforementioned committees. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8500 as contained in Committee Report number 672, and for this purpose, may I ask the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 8500, an act regulating the planning, design, construction, occupancy, maintenance, and demolition of buildings, promoting building resilience against earthquake, fire, flood, landslide, storm, volcanic eruption, and multiple hazards within an all-hazards approach to resilience building, enacting a new Philippine Building Act, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 6541, an act to ordain and institute a National Building Code of the Philippines, and Presidential Decree number 1096, otherwise known as the National Building Code of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Public Works and Highways, the Honorable Romeo Momo of the 1st District of Surigao del Sur, to sponsor the bill.
The Honorable Romeo Momo is recognized to sponsor the bill. May proceed.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentle lady of the ACT Teachers Party List, the Honorable Franz Castro, for her interpellation.
The Honorable Franz Castro is recognized for her interpellation.
Ako lang. Ay. Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker. So may I ask the sponsor to, if is willing to yield to some of my clarificatory questions as regards to House Bill 8500.
Opo, Madam Speaker, my privilege to answer the questions of my dear colleague.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and Honorable Sponsor. So dito po sa bill natin, yung House Bill 8500, that contained in Committee Report number 672. So this is a, if it pass into law, this will repeal the building code, right?
Yes, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, yes, it will repeal
So,
the existing.
ilang taon na po ba yung ating batas on building code?
46 years old already, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay. So siguro in general, Madam Speaker, gusto ko lang itanong sa ating kagalang-galang na sponsor. So, yung mga pwede pa po bang ma-benefit ng ating mga mamamayan kaugnay doon sa pagre-repeal nitong existing na building code at bakit magiging kapaki-pakinabang, lalong-lalo na doon sa ating mga, siguro yung mga may hirap or yung mga MSMEs o yung mga maliliit na negosyo.
Yes, Madam Speaker, Your Honor. This proposed bill will surely help our constituents who are, especially those who are applying for permits, lalo na ho yung mga medyo mahirap sa ating kababayan. Sigurado hong ito'y nakakatulong sa kanila dahil there are major provisions in this particular bill that will even exempt them from paying permits, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So, yung sinasabi nating mga exempted po doon sa pagbabayad, halimbawa ng mga building permit, kaugnay nito. So, ano po ba yung category? Kasi on Section 10, meron po tayong category of the buildings. At ito po, in Section 10, buildings classified according to use or occupancy. At nandito po doon sa ating groupings, yung Group A, yung merong tayong assembly occupancies, business occupancies, disaster risk reduction and management occupancies, Meron pa tayong letter E, educational occupancies, etc. Hanggang doon sa residential occupancies. So dito po sa iba't ibang category or classification ng occupancy, so alin po dito yung sinasabi ninyong may exempt doon sa pagbabayad ng mga permit?
Yes, Madam Speaker, Your Honor. Under this proposed bill, buildings are classified into types. Number one, type of construction according to fire resistance, use or occupancy of buildings, then required track of permitting process. Dito sa tatlo na ito, yung permitting process ho, ang sa tingin ko ay nakakatulong sa ating mga kababayan because structures were classified into three categories. There are simple structures, special structures, and regular structures. Yung simple structure po, these are structures that is made of indigenous materials such as kogon, nipa, lumber, and stones. Ito ho ay mga structures na hindi nangangailangan ng inhinyero. No? So it does not need any building professional to sign the building permits and plans. At hindi na ho nangangailangan ng detalyadong plano. What we need here is just a sketch siguro of the proposed building or proposed structure. At wala na hong bayad ang permits na ina-apply nila doon sa mga local building officials po.
Okay, thank you for clarification, Madam Speaker. So, nililinaw natin, ito yung mga, kumbaga, residential occupancy na made of yung mga indigenous materials. Yan po yung sa mga, halimbawa sa mga rural areas. What about po doon sa mga city? Na kung saan, di ba, may mga kababayan din tayo on residential na hindi naman indigenous materials yung nagagamit. Exempted pa rin po ba ito?
Yes, Madam Speaker, Your Honor. Actually, ang simple structures is classified into the use of indigenous materials, but also it includes individual dwellings up to 3 families, and then mass housing under Batas Pambansa number 220. So kahit dito ho sa mga urban cities, there are those who are using indigenous materials, exempted pa rin ho sila sa bayad doon sa building permit.
Okay. On Section 10, ulit Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, so sinasabi dito sa Group B, ito yung business na less than 50 occupants. Ito po yung mga business na hindi sakop ng Group M. So pag sinabi natin Group M, ito yung mercantile or commercial, less than 50 occupants. Kasama din po ba dito, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, yung mga malls? So paano po natin ika-classify yung mga mall halimbawa? Kasi doon sa definition po ng Group M, kasama ang mga mall pero provided na 50 occupants lang. Paano kaya yung mas marami sa 50 occupants? Saan po magpo-fall? Under ba sila sa T3 structures as defined on Section 10 to 11 po?
Karamihan ho sa malalaki nating mga struktura, lalo na mga high-rise building, mga malls with mixed used. Halimbawa, mayroong mall and then residential and then hotels. They are considered special structures, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, and therefore there are requirements under this law, proposed law, on the compliance in the permitting process. One of these is the requirement for detailed plans and plans to be prepared by professional building professionals, duly reviewed by building professional reviewer, duly recognized by the national building official.
Yes, tama po kayo, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Kasi may mga building na ngayon po na, halimbawa sa mall, mix na yung mga function or yung used. Halimbawa yung mall, meron diyang mga recreation na, merong residential, yun ka, meron nga sigurong parang hospital dyan or clinic at halo-halo na po yun. So, classified sila doon sa special track 3. Tama po ba? At paano po yung yung attitude natin doon sa pag-require sa kanila, halimbawa doon sa mga permit? Ang sasagot po ba nito yung overall na may-ari noong structure or yung mga individual na mga occupants doon sa structure po?
The usual practice, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, it is the developer who will pay all the permits and anything that is required for them to comply. Yung developer po ang nagpe-prepare at nagbabayad ng mga ito. Then if you ask me bakit mixed use kasi yon, di ba? Mayroong residential, mayroong mercantile, and so on and so forth. Ang batas na ito po, sinabi, ang the most restrictive, kung ano ang most restrictive doon sa occupancy requirements, yung most restrictive na mga requirements ang ipapasunod doon sa mga developer po.
Okay. So, ang sasagot po nito, yung mga permit ay yung developer.
Yes, mga developer po ang magbayad niyan.
Lahat, whatever na, kung ano man yung mga mix na mga structure or mga function dito.
Yes, yung developer or owner ng building or yung struktura po.
Okay. So, wala po bang effect dito yung number of occupants doon sa sinasabi nating mixed structure?
Mayroon po. Depende kasi yon sa number of occupants kasi 50 and below. They are considered regular structures po. Medyo ang bayad nagkakaiba. And then yung requirements and the process of submitting and complying with all the requirements by the local building officials. Such as, for example, on the signing of plans, there is no need, in the regular structures, there is no need for a peer review. Hindi na nire-review pa ng ibang mga, halimbawa, structural engineer, hindi na nire-review ng structural engineer, ng ibang structural engineer.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. So, isa rin po sa interest ko, kung mapapasa po itong batas na ito sa mga existing na mga structure, ano po yung magiging effect nito? Halimbawa sa mga inspection. Halimbawa sa amin kasi meron kaming organization ng teachers, yung Philippine Public School Teachers Association, na may mga building. So, kung maipapasa po itong batas na ito, so, ang ibig po bang sabihin niyan, lahat ng mga existing na mga structures, buildings, whether iba't ibang category yan, ay dadaan sila doon sa inspection?
Yes, Madam Speaker, Your Honor. Even in the practice right now, using this existing building code, it is a requirement for the local building officials to conduct periodic inspection on buildings, actually. But in this particular proposed bill, dito we required that all buildings, especially those special type of structures, they will undergo a mandatory inspection if the building is constructed in the year 2005 or 15 years ago and more. Kailangan mag-undergo, especially the special structures, they will undergo a mandatory review and inspection of the existing building po.
Talagang massive yung magiging gagawin natin. So lahat ng mga building ay i-inspect based doon sa sinasabi niyo pong yung time na sila ay binild. At least po ba yung 15 years
Yes po, lalo na doon sa mga special structures po, yung malalaki, yung matataas, mahahaba. There is a maximum, a minimum number of square meters, the height of the building, long spans building, building using long spans. But sa mga simple and regular type of building, wala ho, hindi mandatory ang inspection. It's up, but the local building officials has the mandate to inspect it whenever there is a need for them to inspect.
Okay, so ang mag-inspect po ay yung local, yung city, municipal, na
Local building officials po.
local building officials.
And then if the owners of the buildings on the structure that are simple and regular, they can, if they think that there is a need for their structure to be inspected, they can request assistance from the local building officials for them to conduct inspection in their structure.
So, Madam Speaker, gaano ka-regular yung gagawing inspection? Kasi maganda rin ito, di ba? Kasi makikita natin kung ang integrity ng mga building na nakatayo at para maiwasan natin halimbawa yung magiging sakuna na idudulot halimbawa ng kung magkakaroon tayo ng earthquake, any calamity that would make an impact doon sa mga building. So maganda rin po ito. So gaano po ito ka-regular? At sino po yung sino po yung magbabayad doon sa inspection? Kasi nakita ko merong bayarin dito as compared doon sa dating sa ating dating law on section 209, parang merong exemption as regards to the fee on inspection.
Yes, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, on this special type of structures, ang magbabayad ho yung may-ari, no? Yung owner ng building or developer ng building, they're the one that will shoulder the expenses in the process of inspection. On regular and simple structures, if it is the owner who will request inspection of the building, example, if there is an earthquake or any calamities that struck the area, and there is a need for them to be sure that their structure is still structurally stable, they can request a building professional to assist them in the audit of their building, in the inspection of their building. But the payment of the professional fee of the professional building professionals will be shouldered by the owner of the building. But the routine inspection, they can always ask or request the assistance of the local building officials to undertake inspection of their buildings, of their houses or dwellings.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor, Madam Speaker. Kung tutuloy ko lang po, para magkaroon din po ako ang mga ating kababayan ng idea, sa ngayon po ba, magkano po ba yung ginagastos? Can you give us an example of kind of structure at saka yung sa building na sinasabi natin, depende doon sa classification po ng mga buildings natin para magkaroon din po ako ng idea kung magkano po sa ngayon.
Right now, actually, the one that will determine the amount to be paid on building professionals who will conduct building inspection, this is determined by the national building official. Right now, I have no idea. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I have no idea on how much they are charging on the inspection of special type of buildings during inspection. But to my knowledge, when I was still in the government service, if during or after some calamities, especially earthquakes, we will conduct, the Department of Public Works and Highways on their own will conduct inspection to all types of buildings, both publicly owned and privately owned buildings.
So yun po ay
Libre ho yan, libre.
libre.
Opo.
Okay. Dahil, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ang panukalang batas na ito ay pagmamandato na dapat simplified or regular inspections. Ay, hindi niyo pa po ako nasasagot. Yung sa gaano po ka-regular yung pag-i-inspect ng mga building na gagawin po, gaano po ka-regular? Is it annually, every 3 years, every 4 years, or what?
Ideally, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, it is the National Building Official who will determine the regularity of inspection, but ideally it should be annually, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, once a year.
Okay. So, yan din po ba yung existing na nasa batas natin? Annually na i-inspect?
I think it is in the IRR, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
So, Madam Speaker, hindi po ba kaya magkakaroon ng dagdag na expenses and then later on, kung ito po ay mga business, ay maipapasa ito doon sa mga consumers o yung gagamit doon sa building or mga occupants?
Well, actually, the inspection is quite routine inspection only. But the massive technical inspection is conducted if there are earthquakes occurring in the locality. I think the cost is not much that high, but the advantage of having the building inspected is much more than the expenses, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you po doon sa explanation. Doon po sa existing, yung under the PD 1096 on Section 209, nakalagay po dito, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, the exemption. Nakalagay dito, Madam Speaker, public buildings and traditional indigenous family dwellers shall be exempt from payment of building permit fees. As used in this code, the term, quote-unquote, traditional indigenous family dwelling means a dwelling intended for the use of occupancy by family of the owner only and constructed native materials as bamboo, nipa, logs, lumber, the total cost of which shall not exceed 15,000 pesos. So, exempted sa building permit fees ang mga traditional family dwellings. Kaso po, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, sa panukalang batas po natin, parang hindi ko nakita yung exemption dito. Pagbabayarin na rin ba natin ang business permit, yung mga indigenous people? Kasi sa kasalukuyang batas po, nire-require natin yung business permit, ang mga IP, bago magtayo ng kanilang bahay. Pero parang tingin ko po dun sa panukalang batas natin ay parang na-delete po yata ito na napakahalagang provision na dapat maidagdag dito.
Actually, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, this is even, ang saklaw po is much wider than the previous one. Why? Because indigenous houses or dwellings that uses indigenous materials such as nipa, kogon, wood, stones, they are exempted from paying the building permits. Hindi na ho na-mention dito ang halaga ng pera. Basta't lang nakagamit sila dyan, even if it exceeds 15,000 pesos, exempted na rin ho. Basta simple structures lang po ang classification.
Yes, pero tinanggal niyo po dito pero hindi po siya explicitly naka-identify dito. Saan po ba, Madam Chair, yung sinasabi po ng ating sponsor na nakalagay yung section,
Section 55, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, let me check, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Second paragraph, lines 8. That no application fees shall be required for simple structures, Madam Speaker.
Section
Section 55,
25?
55.
Section
55,
55.
page 53, second paragraph, line number 8.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. Saan po ba to? Section, page
55.
53,
55,
page 55,
application for permit. Section 55, oh. Page 53. Line number 8.
okay. Section 55, application for permit. Any person desiring to apply for appropriate permit shall file a duly accomplished permit application form with the LBO. So in case of expired or revoked permit, so nasaan po dito? Ang hinahanap ko po
Second,
yung exemption.
next paragraph po, ituloy mo na lang, the last line, and the second, oh, it starts, the NBO, third paragraph pala, sorry.
Okay, provided no application fee shall required for
Yes.
simple track 1. Okay,
Yes po.
structures. And nilagay po natin doon yung definition ng
Simple.
mga structure, ano?
Yes po.
Okay, yung track 1 structures.
Yes.
So, medyo na ano ako, no, na hindi ko kasi nakita. Kasi mas gusto kong makita na explicitly provided siya dito. But anyway, nandoon naman po pala. Okay, so, so ito pong ano no, ito pong sinasabi nating ano no, yung on section 39, second paragraph. Section 39 po. Within 3 months from the effectivity of this act, implement a phased approach to prioritize compliance with the provision of this section by building owners of both public and private buildings in hazard zones. So, ang ibig sabihin po noon, sino po yung magdidetermine ng mga hazard zones po? Meron na po ba tayong nakalagay doon sa ating mga local government ng mga hazard zones po? Yeah.
Yes, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, there is now existing hazard maps prepared by the OST, both in all projected or anticipated calamities po na ating tinitingnang tatama sa atin, such as typhoons, earthquakes, and so on. We have the hazard map already prepared by the OST. So, determine na ho yung mga areas kung saan yan.
Okay. So ito po ba ay updated? Kasi sa panahon na ito, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, kailan po ba yan na-determine? Yan po ba ay updated? Kasi sa mga calamity, Madam Speaker, kahit na nga yung simpleng mga typhoon, ay talagang hazard yung may mga hazard zones na tayo sa ngayon. Yan po ba ay since when it was updated po?
Yes, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, and the question of whether it's updated, yes po, updated quarterly or regularly by the OST, and it is used by municipalities and cities in the preparation of their CLUP po.
Okay. Thank you po. Baka pwede po akong, Madam Speaker, makahingi noong yung sinasabi nating mga hazard zones o available po ba yan doon sa website ng DOST?
We can provide po. We will ask copies from the OST po.
Okay. Mahalaga din po ito, Madam Speaker, para din mapaghandaan later on ng mga residential, occupancy, may-ari ng mga building, yung ating mga public buildings din po.
And by the way po, the hazard maps ay available po sa website ng DOST po.
Okay. So, yun dun po sa ika-clarify ko lang po, Madam Speaker, no, doon sa T3 structures. Ito lang po ba ay para doon sa T3 structures, yung binanggit po natin sa Section 39, second paragraph, or lahat po ng classification?
Section 39.
Kasama po ang residential. So ano-ano po yung sinasabi natin na dapat i-comply, at kung ano po, at kung hindi sila makapag-comply, ano po kaya yung penalty?
Yes po, actually, lahat ng those big structures, may malalaking structures, especially if it's a multi-use, it is a requirement really on in this proposed bill to review the structural stability of the building po.
So lahat po, from T1 to T3, including residential?
Especially on the assembly and educational ho, mga eskwelahang malalaki siguro, at mga assemblies ho ng malalaki, mga convention centers, mandatory talaga ang review.
Okay. So, Madam Speaker, so yun lang po yung aking ika-clarify, ano. So, maganda rin ito. So, dapat lang din na halimbawa po, yung T1 classification ay talagang in spirit, talagang libre, no? Kasi alam naman natin na mahirap ngayon na ang buhay, na kung mapapasa ito, dapat mas marami yung exemption, lalong-lalo na yung ating mga residential. At at ito rin po yung magbibigay din ng daanan para doon sa mga safeguard protection natin doon sa mangyayaring paghahanda natin sa anumang sakuna na mangyayari. Thank you, distinguished sponsor, doon po sa pagsagot sa aking mga clarification. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpellate the sponsor, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debates.
There's a motion to close the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam
Majority Leader.
Speaker, there being no individual nor committee amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
There's a motion to close the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 8500. So move, Madam Speaker.
There's a motion.
Point of order, Madam Speaker, point of order.
Yes, what's your point of order?
Madam Speaker, may I request the Majority Leader if we can withdraw the approval on the termination of the period of amendments and reopen the same.
Madam Speaker, I move my previous motion to close or terminate the period of amendments.
There is a motion to withdraw. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Defensor for his individual amendment.
The Honorable Noy Defensor is recognized for his amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On Section 10, Paragraph H, Group M, Line 9, on page 14 of the bill, should read, of more, please delete less and replace with more, such that it would read, of more than 50 occupants after the phrase, and accessible to the public.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Madam Speaker.
What does the Majority Leader say?
Madam Speaker, I move that we for the approval of the amendment.
There's a motion to approve the amendment. Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move that we close the period of amendment.
There's a motion to close the period of amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to vote on second reading House Bill number 8500. So moved, Madam Speaker.
There's a motion to approve House Bill 8500. Those who are in favor say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8500 is now approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8520 as contained in Committee Report number 686. And for this purpose, may I ask the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill 8520, an act creating mandatory positions for a human resource management officer for municipalities, cities, and provinces, and a business permit and licensing officer for municipalities and cities, prescribing their qualifications and defining their powers and duties, amending for the purpose sections 443, 454, and 463 of Republic Act Number 7160 as amended, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that we recognize the Honorable Margarita Nograles of the PBA party list to sponsor the said measure.
The Honorable Margarita Nograles is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentle lady from the ACT Teachers party list, the Honorable Franz Castro, for her interpellation.
The Honorable Franz Castro is recognized for her interpellation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the gentle lady from the PBA party list yield to some clarificatory questions?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker and distinguished sponsor. So ito pong ating House Bill number 8520, which is contained in Committee Report number 686, entitled An Act Creating Mandatory Positions for a Human Resource Management Officer for Municipalities, Cities, and Provinces, and a Business Permit and Licensing Officer for municipalities and cities, prescribing their qualification and definition, their powers and duties, and amending for the purpose section 443, 454, 463 of RA 7160, and amended otherwise known as Local Government Code of 1991. So, ano po ba yung gustong isolve nitong panukalang batas na ito? So, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ang tanong ko ay, ano ba yung kasalukuyan na meron tayo doon sa mga cities and municipalities at nag-create tayo ng yung position na ganito? So, ano po ba yung problema sa existing na kalagayan sa mga cities, municipalities?
Madam Speaker, wala naman pong problema sa ating existing cities, municipalities, and provinces. We are aware that every LGU has their own human resource office and business processing licensing office. Ang ginagawa lang po tong bill na to, kung may isa pa po sa batas, is to professionalize a certain officer to make sure that they have the proper qualifications, which is vetted and appointed by the Civil Service Commission for the proper appointing officers for these existing offices of the business, the business licensing office, and as well as the human resource office, Madam Speaker.
So, Madam Speaker, sa makatuwid, sa ngayon, hindi po appointed nung Civil Service Commission itong kini-create natin na position. Tama po.
Tama po, Madam Speaker.
And in terms of siguro po yung safeguard and protection for the security of tenure ay hindi nagagaranti ng kasalukuyang sitwasyon.
Tama po, Madam Speaker.
Yes, so by creation of this position, gagaya nga po ng sinabi ng ating distinguished sponsor, Madam Speaker, ay ma-professionalized. Dahil I believe siguro siguro mga political appointees na kung titignan natin sa pag-a-assess natin sa kabuuan ng munisipyo at cities ay may mga nalilikhang problema. Especially that napakahalaga po, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, itong dalawang kinikreate nating position na sinasuggest ng Civil Service Commission. At naniniwala din naman ako, Madam Speaker, na kailangan itong i-professionalize, especially yung mga qualification, dahil very essential ito. Kasi human resource at saka yung sa licensing. Tama po ba yung aking expectations?
Tama po, Madam Speaker. And if I may add, this will help integrate all our existing laws, especially with regard to the administrative code, of course, the public office being a public trust, being with regard to our public accountability for those who are placed in government positions. Under the Civil Service Law, which is, we know, it's the central personnel agency, they are also in charge of integrating all human resource development programs for all levels and ranks, and to institutionalize management climate conducive to public accountability. At the same time, our administrative code under Executive Order 292, you can see that under the civil service din po they would be the ones to conduct periodic reviews and decisions and actions of the different various offices to whom the authority has been delegated by the Commission. Pag nakita po natin itong batas na po na ito, ang magiging proseso po ng pagpili sa mga officers, the Human Resource Office, Management Resource Officer, and the Business Licensing Permit and Licensing Officer will be appointed by the civil service among those that have been given as a list na eligible by the governor or the mayor. So hindi rin po matatanggal ang mandato na binigay ng local government code sa ating local government units for their human resource management office and their powers. So we are integrating various laws to make sure that we professionalize nga po, and to make sure that those that are placed within the different positions under the local government unit are really those qualified to be placed in whatsoever position that will be placed there, Madam Speaker.
Yes, thank you for the explanation, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So sa kasalukuyan kasi para mga political appointees, itong mga position na ito, tama po ba?
I wouldn't know because it is really within the prerogative of every local officer. If it's their prerogative, so I am not sure if it's a political appointment or it's within their mandate to choose. Okay. But at least this one, if we do pass it into law, will help create now a system to make sure that they are vetted well, they have the proper qualifications, and a certain officer that has the qualifications will be placed to look into if this, whoever that will be placed in position is really qualified for the job for any local government unit position, Madam Speaker.
So, sinasabi rin po ba natin na yung implication nito, so syempre, we respect naman yung mga reasons, dahilan kung bakit nag-appoint yung ating mga local officials ng existing na mga positions na nasa human resource management at saka dun sa licensing. So tinitiyak po ba, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, na yung mga existing na nakapwesto sa ngayon ay hindi sila matatanggal or mariretrench mag-undergo ba sila after this bill to pass into law? Mag-undergo din po ba sila ng civil service exam for them to qualify for such positions?
For the qualifications with regard to the first level of civil service eligibility, under this law is only for the officers, not all employees. However, to address the questions on the existing employees, if matatanggal po ba sila, in Section 5 and in Section 5 you would see that there is, for the local government units concerned holding permanent positions, they are given preference in the selection and the appointment of the positions that they have already. At the same time, for also the temporary and casual employees will also be given preference for the selection. So hindi po agad-agad, wala rin po matatanggal na trabaho because they will still go through the selection process and such po.
Okay, so parang malabnaw, Madam Speaker, sa akin yung tinatawag na preference. So talagang, kumbaga, sa ating mga existing na mga officers on human resource management and licensing officers, parang, kumbaga, nakaumang yung pagtanggalan. Kasi preference lang. Hindi po ba pwede nating palitan niya ng priority? Kung sila naman ay may qualification based doon sa identified na section as regards to the qualification of those position, hindi ba pwede dapat ay priority sila, not just a preference?
I understand where you're coming from, Kong. However, in this, they are giving preference. However, there is this layer wherein it's first the mayor or the governor that will give a list of at least 3 eligible persons, and this will be appointed by the Civil Service Commission. So as to priority, if they are qualified, and if the governor and the mayor deems them qualified, then they can be placed in the list, because if we do include placing them as priority in this law, we might hit other legal matters here, because under the local government code, it is within the power of the LGU to have this whole process for the human resource management and the business licensing management. So ayaw naman din natin i-encroach po ang kanilang power by mandating them to prioritize these existing employees already.
Yes, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, thank you for that clarification and for that answer. Pero I would prefer pa rin, especially, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, sa ngayon, nakalagayan ng ating mga government employees, especially sa mga local, marami doon mga empleyado talaga na 5, 10, 15 years na. So, halimbawa, sila ay nandoon sa binabanggit nating position na ito, na human resource management and licensing. So, parang at stake yung kanilang, yung kanilang position. Kahit na nandoon na sila, kahit na they were appointed by the previous administration or local officials. So, gusto ko lang matiyak, Madam Speaker, through this bill ay mapoproteksyonan din natin sila dun sa security of tenure. Bagamat meron din tayong mga nakahain na panukalang batas ng pagkakaroon ng ng permanent regular position doon sa mga empleyado na may mga at least more than a year na nandoon na sa position, and that position is deemed necessary.
Yes.
At nandoon na nga sila, at ayaw naman natin na magiging threat itong batas na ito dun sa mga existing na nakaposisyon doon.
Yes, very well, I very much understand. But if you also look at Section 5, it says, no new employees shall be hired until all current qualified employees have been considered and duly appointed. So, lahat po na nandun
hopefully secured po ang posisyon, walang matatanggal at malalagay lang po ng bago. Kung wala po talagang makitang qualified, and I'm assuming na meron naman po. Sana, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so last na lang na question, Madam Speaker. So kung ito po ay under the civil service at considered sila na na magiging appointee ng Civil Service Commission, as regard to the salary po, ano ba yung classification ng salary nila? Ano ba yung salary grade na naka-ano sa kanila, no? Naka-align sa kanila?
Same grade as the department head, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Ganon din po yung sa licensing officer? The same, human resource? Ano po bang salary grade yun? Para malinaw lang sa ating mga kababayan. Salary grade.
Let me check, Madam Speaker. Salary grade 24.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to our distinguished sponsor. So tayo naman po ay hindi naman po tutol, no, sa pagpo-professionalize nitong ganitong position, at alam natin na kailangan yan dahil essential yan sa pagpapatakbo po ng ating mga local government units. Ang i-ensure lang po sana nitong batas na ito at itong kinatawan na ito na ma-ensure sana na wala po talagang yung matatanggal, at alam naman natin ang sakit nung yung matanggal sa trabaho just in case, lalo na kung matagal na yung sinerbisyo ng ating mga government employees. Yun lang po, Madam Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat din. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we now proceed with the individual amendments.
Point of order.
There's a motion to proceed with individual amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Arnan Panaligan of the 1st District of Oriental Mindoro for his individual amendments.
The Honorable Marlica is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With the permission of the sponsor, let me propose the following amendments. On House Bill number 8520, on page 1, line 9, after the period, insert the following. A municipal cooperatives development officer shall also be appointed, provided that the municipality has the option to appoint a full-fledged cooperative development officer or merge such position to an existing position or official in a related office or unit or department in the municipal government, provided further that if the municipality shall appoint a full-fledged cooperative development officer, the municipality has the option to set the rank, remuneration, and other emoluments of the municipal cooperative development officer subject to existing laws, rules, and regulations.
What does the sponsor say?
The committee accepts the amendment.
What does the House say?
I move for the approval of the amendment, Madam Speaker.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair is none. The amendment is approved.
Madam Speaker, another proposed amendment on page 2, line 8. After the period, insert the following. A city cooperative development officer shall also be appointed, provided that the city has the option to appoint a full-fledged cooperative development officer or merge such position to an existing position, or official in a related office or unit or department in the city government. Provided further that if the city shall appoint a full-fledged cooperative development officer, the city has the option to set the rank, remuneration, or other emoluments of the city cooperative development officer subject to existing laws, rules, and regulations.
What does the sponsor say?
The committee accepts the amendment.
What does the House say?
We move for the approval of the amendment, Madam
There's
Speaker.
a motion to approve the amendment. Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, for my last proposed amendment, on the same page, line 20, after the period, insert the following. A provincial cooperative development officer shall also be appointed, provided that the province, in the appointment of a full-fledged cooperative development officer, shall set the rank, remuneration, and other emoluments of the provincial cooperative development officer subject to existing laws, rules, and regulations.
What does the sponsor say?
The committee accepts the amendment.
What does the House say?
We move for the approval of the amendment, Madam.
There's a motion to approve the said amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and
Thank
thank
you.
you to the sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no other individual amendments, I move that we close the period of individual amendments.
There's a motion to close the period of individual amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 8520 as amended.
There's a motion to approve House Bill 8520. Those are in favor say aye. Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 8520 is approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the
Can I repeat that? House Bill 8520 is approved on second reading, including its amendments. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of the unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8218 under Committee Report number 559. And for this purpose, may I ask the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill?
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 8218, an act establishing the Philippine Atomic Energy Regulatory Authority and providing for a comprehensive legal framework for radiation protection, nuclear security, safety and safeguards, and physical safety in the peaceful utilization of nuclear energy in the Philippines, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Nuclear Energy, the Honorable Mark Coangco of the 2nd District of Pangasinan, to sponsor the said measure.
The Honorable Mark Coangco is recognized.
Madam Speaker, this representation is ready to answer any question.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Lawrence Defensor of the 3rd District of Iloilo for his interpellation.
The Honorable Lawrence Noy, Defensor, is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the sponsor yield?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. On Section 14 of the bill, under the heading Authorizations for Nuclear Facilities, in particular, subparagraphs F and G, it provides that as a condition of an authorization to operate a nuclear power plant, the amount of 6 centavos per kilowatt hour of electricity generated for the use of nuclear energy for commercial power generation shall be set aside for the establishment of the Radioactive Waste Management Fund. Similarly, Madam Speaker, under subparagraph G, 6 centavos per kilowatt hour is likewise to be set aside from electricity generated from the use of nuclear energy for commercial power generation to be set aside for the establishment of a planned end life or the decommissioning fund. Put together, we have 12 centavos per kilowatt hour. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor?
That's correct, Madam Speaker.
Assuming in the future that we are able to build a power plant for commercial operation, what would be the ideal capacity of a nuclear power plant for commercial purposes?
The ideal capacity for a single biggest unit would be the capacity that the grid could tolerate. At the moment, we have capacity limits imposed by the ERC of 650 megawatts per single unit.
Right.
However, the bigger the grid gets, the bigger the single unit limit becomes. So the bigger the nuclear plant is, you have economies of scale and the operating costs go down per unit of energy produced. So we always want to have the biggest that the grid can accommodate.
Madam Speaker, assuming we have a 600 megawatt nuclear power plant fully contracted, what would be the expected capacity factor of a fully contracted 600 megawatt plant net capacity?
The operation of nuclear plants is usually 100% available between refueling outages. And when you include the refuel outage of around 3 weeks every 18 months, the average capacity factor becomes 92%. But within the 18 months, it approaches 100% available.
Madam Speaker, assuming that we have a 92% capacity factor excluding planned outages of the nuclear power plant, and with the unexpected life and EOH of 25 years, is that correct, Mr. Sponsor?
The expected life of a nuclear plant is 80 years, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Madam Speaker, at 92% capacity factor, 600 megawatts fully contracted, 12 centavos per kilowatt hour at 92% capacity factor is a significant amount. Will the sponsor agree with me?
Agree wholeheartedly, Your Honor, Madam Speaker.
My question, Madam Speaker, is given that there is a significant amount during the life of a power plant at 92% capacity factor, may I know if the sponsor or it is within the intention of the bill to have a transparent mechanism or automatic remittance system to take out that 6 centavo per kilowatt hour where it becomes transparent and where the fund is clearly set up before the same is made?
Actually, Madam Speaker, the collection is in itself very transparent. The example being given by the good gentleman, 600 megawatts, that's approximately 5 billion kilowatt hours per year at 6 centavos collection. That is 300 million pesos a year. If the plant will last 80 years, so it's 300 million pesos times 80 years, then there's a huge fund in a trust, no?
Right.
In a trust fund that can only be spent under this law, can only be spent for the final disposition of nuclear waste. And it is defined in the law that the disposition would be through deep geological isolation by by borehole disposition. So we drill a hole 2 kilometers deep into the earth, and we put the nuclear waste there in stainless steel canisters. The amount that was specified here is similar to the amount being collected in the United States at this time. So the basis was what is the standard international practice for funding this future activity that everybody seems to be so concerned about. So this fund assures the public that it is not future generations that will pay for the disposition of nuclear waste. It is the current users of electricity who have prepaid the final disposition of nuclear waste. So yun po ang purpose ng amounts po na ito.
Madam Speaker, can I confirm from the sponsor that the generation company would be the one to remit the 12 centavos and remit the same to the funds established by the authority?
Can you repeat the question, Your Honor?
Can I confirm that it will be the generation company that will remit directly to the funds established by
That
the
is
authority?
correct, Your Honor. And in what section is this? In page section 8, nasaan ba? Page 11, the last paragraph, halfway down, the authority shall submit to the Secretary of Budget and Management and the Congressional Oversight Committee created under Section 52 of this Act a report on its collection, how the funds were utilized, including the accomplishments.
Thank you,
Your Honor.
Madam Speaker. This being
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that is a wrong answer. The funds are barred by this bill, by this law, to be used for anything other than the waste, final waste disposition. And so all you have to do to be transparent is to check the total of the trust fund and determine the amount of kilowatt hours sold by the nuclear power plant. And if it doesn't match, then because for every kilowatt hour, deducted kaagad po yun. So you can see right away if there's a discrepancy. I think that is, there's not, the ERC will be aware of this law also, so they will make sure that these amounts are there, Your Honor.
Madam Speaker, this being an additional cost to the generation company, remitting 12 centavos per kilowatt hour.
This is a standard cost for nuclear power. So in the case of the fully amortized nuclear plants in the USA, which number about 94 today, if my distinguished colleague will check the EIA official numbers, those numbers on operating and maintenance cost, which are total 2.3 US cents per kilowatt hour, include nuclear fuel, include the waste disposal fund, include the end-of-life decommissioning fund, include regulation. So, yes, these are included. These are standard nuclear operating costs. And we should not allow nuclear plants to operate unless these funds are made available to solve these problems which people are concerned about.
Madam Speaker, may I confirm from the sponsor if this is a pass-on cost to the consumer by the GENCO?
If the price of nuclear energy, nuclear electricity is lower than all fossil fuel prices that we have today, can you still consider it a pass-on cost? Of course, at the end of the day, the buying public, when they buy electricity, they pay for all the costs. But in the case of, for example, coal-fired generation, there is no such provision for the disposition of, say, coal ash. And so they make it tambak somewhere in a coal ash pile. In the future, when that coal plant closes, and let's say there's heavy rains, there's floods, the coal ash is washed away and damages communities, there is no fund available for the future generations to fall back on how to handle that problem. But in the case of nuclear power, all the costs are covered upfront. So it is the only industry in the world that provides the funding to handle all future waste streams. The only industry in the world to do this, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Madam Speaker, I had to ask that question because going back to our earlier example, with a 600 megawatt nuclear power plant at 92% capacity factor, with a EOH equivalent to 80 years, surely the profit margin of GENCOs putting up a power plant, assuming the same is fully contracted, would be more than enough for the GENCO itself to prepare for decommissioning and waste management. It would seem, however, that under this bill, it's the consumer that bears the cost of decommissioning and waste management. I understand that for coal, for fossil fuels, for LNG, under the ECCs or under the permits allowed, it's the GENCO that shoulders whatever environmental cost or environmental effects or waste that the power plant will have is shouldered by the GENCO. So I had to ask that question because given the margin given to a GENCO with an operating life of 80 years, maybe we can reconsider the value passed on to the consumers.
We are talking about a distinguished colleague, Madam Chairperson. We are talking about 1 peso and 23 centavos per kilowatt hour. If you look at the EIA numbers, the 2.3 US cents I mentioned, which already cover all of these contributions. So we are going to be saving the consumer a hell of a lot of money. I don't see how you are seeing that we are passing on cost. No? These are normal costs of operating a nuclear plant. These are normal costs. You know, you have to buy fuel, you have to pay salaries. Would you say that the salaries paid by nuclear power plants are being passed on to the consumers? Of course they are, but that's part of normal cost. Would you want to operate a nuclear plant and not set aside the funds for the proper disposition of nuclear waste in the future? I don't think you would want to do that. Would you want to run a nuclear plant that after 80 years, after its commercial operating lifetime, there's no money to have it decommissioned? Wouldn't you want to have the funds already in place to pay for the decommissioning, to bring it back to bring back the land to what it was before the nuclear plant was built, so that it is not a hazard or detracts from the natural beauty of the area? We bring it back to what it was before the nuclear plant even arrived there. I think those are desirable things that we want for before we enter this industry, that all the future consequences are covered. We have the money to fix all those, if you want to call them problems. but for me, I call them, we provide provisions for any eventuality that can happen. So the money is there, and it's 12 centavos per kilowatt hour, but we are going to be saving the consumer many, many pesos per kilowatt hour by doing nuclear.
We respect the position of the sponsor, Madam Speaker. And moving on to a different section of the bill, on Section 6, under the heading Establishment of the Authority, in relation to Section 5, subparagraph C, Authorization. Under Section 6, subparagraph B, it provides, the authority shall have sole and exclusive jurisdiction to exercise regulatory control for the peaceful, safe, and secure uses of nuclear energy and radiation sources in the Philippines. Am I correct, Madam Speaker, to assume that the authorization to be issued by the PhilAtom or the authority under Section 5, subparagraph C, which provides authorization, refers to the written permission in the form of a license, certificate, registration, or other approval granted by the authority to a person to conduct specified activities. It would seem that the language of both sections, sole and exclusive, as well as certificate and license. Is it correct to say that the environmental compliance certificate from the DNR, as well as the environmental impact assessment before an ECC could be issued, are now under the jurisdiction of the authority?
That's not correct, Your Honor, Madam Speaker. The requirements for the environmental compliance certificate are still with the DNR. All those other requirements are still with the agencies that are authorized to grant those permits, those licenses, certificates. But when it comes to ionizing radiation and a permit to operate a nuclear facility, then PhilAtom is the sole authority, just like it is in other countries. For example, in America, the US NRC is the sole authority that is granted that power. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, I have no further questions for the sponsor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to thank the good gentleman for his very good questions. I think they provided insight to all here in this August chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Congressman Defensor, Mr. Sponsor. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 8218.
There any objection? Chair is done.
What's
Motion is approved.
Again? What?
Yeah, Majority Leader.
One moment.
Yeah, Congressman Cojuangco.
Yes. Are we still under the period of interpellation? We are? Okay.
Okay, Majority Leader, you want to amend your motion?
I move that we suspend the period of interpellation and the sponsorship of House Bill number 8218.
There any objection? Chair is done. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 8349 as contained in Committee Report 611. And may I ask the Secretary General to read the title of the bill?
Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Yung minotion niya, ito to. CR 611. Page 3. Yan yung pending motion. Dapat mag...
Pa pwede makinig.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Sige, thank you.
Majority Leader,
Thank
what
you,
is the parliamentary status?
Mr. Speaker, we have a pending motion to suspend consideration of House Bill 8218 as contained in Committee Report 559. Allow me to put forward a request for the Speaker to put a ruling on the move to suspend consideration of said House measure.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now take up items for consideration and approval on second reading.
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I'd move that we consider House Bill number 8349 under Committee Report number 611. And I ask the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 8349, an act mandating the inclusion and representation of non-academic and non-teaching personnel in the governing boards of all state universities and colleges, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 8292, otherwise known as the Higher Education Modernization Act of 1997.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Technical and Higher and Technical Education, Representative Mark Go of the Lone District of Baguio City, be recognized to sponsor the said measure.
Chairman Mark Go is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang gabi po sa ating Speaker and my dear colleagues. I humbly stand before you to sponsor House Bill 8349 under Committee Report 611, which mandates the inclusion and representation of non-academic and non-teaching personnel in the governing boards of all state universities and colleges. This bill is authored by this representation together with the Committee on Basic Education and Culture Chairperson, Representative Roman Romulo. Mr. Speaker, Republic Act 8292, otherwise known as the Higher Education Modernization Act of 1997, was enacted into law on June 6, 1997, or 26 years ago, provides for the composition of all the Board of Regents of every state university and colleges, as well as the Board of Trustees in these different state colleges. Mr. Speaker, the alumni, faculty, and student sectors are properly represented in the governing boards of all state universities and colleges. However, Mr. Speaker, there is one sector in the country which, in the different SUCs, that has been neglected or forgotten for the last 26 years, although they are part and parcel of the daily operation of our state-funded higher educational institutions. The members of this sector do not have representation nor voice in the governing boards of the 113 state universities and colleges all over the country, except for our national university, the University of the Philippines. I refer, Mr. Speaker, specifically to the non-academic and non-teaching personnel working in our SUCs, who are the support groups behind every SUC in attaining its mission, vision, and objectives in providing quality education for all students and whose functions are deemed crucial in the operation of the SUCs. Mr. Speaker, as defined by Batas Pambansa 232 or the Education Act of 1982, non-academic personnel are all other school personnel not falling under the definition and coverage of teaching and academic staff, school administrators, and academic non-teaching personnel. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, academic non-teaching personnel are those persons holding some academic qualifications and performing academic functions directly supportive of teaching, such as registrars, librarians, research assistants, research aides, and similar staff. Mr. Speaker, SUC's data show that as of June of 2022, there are 29,631 permanent non-teaching and non-academic personnel in SUCs, occupying about 39% of the total plantilla items. However, there are 23,116 job order non-teaching employees working in our SUCs. Mr. Speaker, while the non-teaching and non-academic personnel perform significant functions in the operation of the SUCs and comprise a large percentage of the working population of the academic community, they become marginalized through the years because they don't have any representation nor vote or voice for more than 2 decades now. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this legislative proposal seeks to amend Republic Act 8292 to include the representative of the non-academic and non-teaching personnel of the SUCs in the governing boards and who shall have the same rights and responsibilities as the other members of the governing boards, including the right to vote. Hence, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I am urging our esteemed members of this legislature to join me in pushing for the immediate passage of this bill. Again, thank you very much and good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpellators, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? There is none. Motion is approved. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
The period of amendment is now open. Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual nor committee amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
The period of amendment is now terminated. Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote for second reading House Bill number 8349.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 8349. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And those who are against, please say nay.
Yeah.
The ayes have it. House Bill number 834 now is now approved on second reading. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for consideration for second reading House Bill number 8461. I would like to request the Secretary General to please read the title of the said measure.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is carried. The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the proposed House Bill.
House Bill 8461, an act strengthening the National Health Program for senior citizens, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 7432 as amended, entitled, an act to maximize the contribution of senior citizens to nation building, grant benefits and special privileges, and for other purposes.
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
The period of sponsorship and debate is now open.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to request that we recognize Representative Ordonez of Senior Citizens Party List.
Congressman Ordonez, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Good evening, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues. On behalf of the Committee on Senior Citizens, it is my honor to sponsor Committee Report number 653, House Bill number 8461, an act strengthening the National Health Program for senior citizens, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 7432 as amended, entitled, an act to maximize the contribution of senior citizens to nation building, grant benefits and special privileges and for other purposes. Through this measure, we hope to strengthen the National Health Program for senior citizens by including a comprehensive nutrition and wellness program. It mandates the National Nutrition Council, in coordination with the Department of Health and local government units, to prepare a comprehensive nutrition and wellness program to serve as guide for senior citizens to nutritionally balanced meals that can prevent conditions that lead to poor nutrition. It likewise seeks to integrate this program through the respective programs of the local government units for senior citizens through the Office for the Senior Citizens Affairs. This measure will also ensure the realization of the policy of prioritizing the health of the elderly. At this point, Mr. Speaker, may I request that the explanatory note of the bill be considered as part of my sponsorship speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpellators, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
The period of sponsorship and debate is now closed. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Period of amendment is now open. Is there any objection? Chair is done. Motion is approved. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual nor committee amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
The period of amendment is now terminated. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote for second reading House Bill number 8461.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 8461. Those who are in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 8461 is now approved on second reading. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for consideration for second reading House Bill number 8370 and would like to request the Secretary General to please read the title of the said motion.
Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 8370, an act increasing the authorized campaign expenses of candidates and political parties, amending for the purpose Section 13 of Republic Act Number 7166, entitled an act providing for synchronized national and local elections and for other electoral reforms, authorizing appropriations therefore and for other purposes.
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate and that we recognize Representative Maximo Dalog, Jr., Lone District of Mountain Province, for his sponsorship speech.
The sponsorship speech is now open and now recognize Congressman Dalog. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members of the 19th Congress, and to our dear fellow Filipinos, maganda at mapagpalang araw po sa ating lahat. Mr. Speaker, I stand before this august chamber to sponsor House Bill number 8370, a consolidation of 7 organic bills referred to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms and authored by 26 House members. House Bill 8370, entitled An Act Increasing the Authorized Campaign Expense of Candidates and Political Parties, amending for the purpose Section 13 of Republic Act Number 7166, entitled An Act Providing for Synchronized National and Local Elections and for other electoral reforms, authorizing appropriations therefore and for other purposes. It intends to increase the authorized campaign expenditures of candidates and political parties. It is a legislative attempt to update archaic provisions of the law in relation to campaign spending, which was promulgated 32 years ago. RA 7166, which was enacted in 1991, allows only for a 10 peso spending per voter for president and vice president, and 3 to 5 pesos for other positions depending on the nature of their candidacy. This bill, honorable colleagues and Mr. Speaker, which has passed this same chamber on third reading during the 17th and 18th Congress, seeks to provide a more realistic limit for financial expenditures of candidates in elections for a more accurate, truthful, and realistic statement of contributions and expenditures. Since 1991, Mr. Speaker, the value of the Philippine peso has significantly changed as inflation has affected much of the real prices of operational services and other expenses. The current spending limits therefore force a lot of candidates not to underspend, but to underdeclare in their sources or campaign prior to the campaign period. Scribed with every public servant's oath of office is his pledge to uphold the truth in the service of the people. The proposals in House Bill number 8370 is a move towards that direction, Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues. I trust that this body will approve House Bill number 8370 because the Filipino people deserve a truthful election, not just from the results, but also from their candidates. Maraming salamat po at palagi mabuhay ang sambayanang Pilipino.
Thank you, Congressman Dalog. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8370.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for consideration for second reading, House Bill number 8569, and I'd like to request the Secretary General to please read the title of the said measure.
The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 8569, an act mandating the submission of a tree planting plan as a requirement in the application for building permits.
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate and that we recognize Congressman Paduano of Abang Lingkod for his sponsorship speech.
The period of sponsorship and debate is now open. May I recognize now the principal sponsor, Congressman Carabs Paduano. You're still recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. On behalf of the Chair of the Committee, Special Committee on Reforestation, and the rest of the authors, this representation will sponsor House Bill number 8569, contained in the Committee Report number 691, entitled An Act Requiring the Planting of Trees for Any Construction of Residential, Commercial, Industrial, and Public Buildings. And for that purpose, Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt the explanatory note of the said measures as the sponsorship remarks for this bill. So move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpolators, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The motion is approved. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I move that we open the period of amendments.
The period of amendment is now open. Is there any objection? Chair is done. Motion is carried.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual nor committee amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
We will terminate the period of amendment. Is there any objection? Chair is done. The motion is approved. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote for second reading House Bill number 8569.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 8569. All those who are in favor, please say aye. And those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 8569 is now approved on second reading. Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you,
Thank you.
dear colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, under business for the day, I move for consideration of House Resolution number 1061 under Committee Report 654. I'd like to request the Secretary General to please read the title of the said measure.
The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the proposed House resolution.
House Resolution 1061, resolution urging the Department of Education and the Department of Public Works and Highways to enter into a memorandum of agreement for the establishment and implementation of a disaster-resilient master design and an architectural plan for all elementary and secondary schools in coastal areas in the Philippines.
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution number 1061.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1061. Those who are in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 1061 is now adopted. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up House Resolution as contained in House Resolution 1074 as contained in Committee Report 665, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the proposed House Resolution.
House Resolution 1074, resolution congratulating and commending the members and coaches of the Philippine Robotics National Team from Narvacan National Central High School in the Municipality of Narvacan, Province of Ilocos Sur, for bagging 8 gold and silver medals in the 2022 World Robot Games held in Thailand on December 11, 2022.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 1074.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1074. Those who are in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And those who are against, please say nay. House Resolution number 1074 is now adopted. Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we consider House Resolution 1075 as contained in Committee Report 669. The Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
There any objection? Chair is none. Motion is carried. The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the House Resolution.
House Resolution 1075, resolution urging the Department of Education to integrate in the K-12 basic education subject on Edukasyong Pantahanan at Pangkabuhayan a class on agriculture and fisheries for grades 4 to 7 learners in all public elementary and secondary schools throughout the country.
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 1075.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1075. Those who are in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 1075 is now adopted. Floor
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, I now move that we consider House Resolution 1015 contained in Committee Report number 605. The Secretary General be directed to the title of said measure.
Secretary General is now directed to read the title of House Resolution 1015.
House Resolution 1015, resolution urging the Professional Regulation Commission to establish a service center in the municipality of Sindangan, province of Zamboanga del Norte.
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt said House Resolution.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1015. Those who are in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 1015 is now adopted. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we consider House Resolution 1016 as contained in Committee Report number 606, and the Secretary General be directed to the
Director, the SecGen is now directed to read the title.
House Resolution 1016, resolution urging the Professional Regulation Commission to establish a service center in the municipality of Cataingan, province of Masbate.
Floor Leader.
Move to adopt, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1016. Those who are in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 1016 is now adopted. Floor
Thank you,
Leader.
Mr. Speaker. I now move that we consider House Resolution 406 as contained in Committee Report number 676, and that the Secretary General be directed to the title of said measure.
The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the House Resolution.
House Resolution 406, resolution organizing the Philippines-Bahrain Parliamentarians Friendship Group.
Floor Leader.
Move to adopt, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 406. Those who are in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 406 is now adopted. Floor
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, I now move that we consider House Resolution 407 as contained in Committee Report 677, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Secretary General is now directed.
House Resolution 407, Resolution Organizing the Philippines-Brazil Parliamentarians Friendship Group.
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we adopt House Resolution 407.
There is a motion to adopt, House Resolution number 407. Those who are in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. House Resolution number 407 is now adopted.
Thank you,
Majority
Mr.
Floor Leader.
Speaker, and I move that we consider House Resolution 408 as contained in Committee Report number 678, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Secretary General is now directed to read the title.
House Resolution 408, Resolution Organizing the Philippines-Cambodia Parliamentarians Friendship Group.
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 408.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 408. Those who are in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 408 is now adopted.
Thank you,
Floor
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, and I move that we consider House Resolution 814 as contained in Committee Report 679, that the Secretary General be directed to the title of this measure.
The Secretary General is now directed to read the title.
House Resolution 814, Resolution Organizing the Philippines-Turkey Parliamentarians Friendship Group.
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 814.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 814. Those who are in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 814 is now adopted. Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move that we consider House Resolution 832, and the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the House Resolution.
House Resolution 832, Resolution Organizing the Philippines-Hungary Parliamentarians Friendship Group.
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 832. Those who are in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 832 is now adopted.
Thank you,
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I move that we consider House Resolution 1078, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the proposed House Resolution.
House Resolution 1078, Resolution Organizing the Philippines-United Kingdom Parliamentarians Friendship Group.
Floor Leader.
Move to adopt, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1078. Those who are in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are not in favor, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 1078 is now adopted. Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move that we consider House Resolution 1079, the Secretary General be directed to the title of this measure.
Secretary, you are now directed to read the title of the bill.
House Resolution 1079, Resolution Organizing the Philippines-United Kingdom Parliamentarians Friendship Group.
Move to adopt, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1079. Those who are in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 1079 is now adopted. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I move that we consider House Resolution 1080, and the Secretary General be directed to the title of this measure.
Secretary, you are now directed to read the title.
House Resolution 1080, Resolution Organizing the Philippines-Czech Republic Parliamentarians Friendship Group.
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 1080.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1080. Those who are in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 1080 is now adopted. Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move that we consider House Resolution 1081, that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of this measure.
Secretary General, you are now directed to read the title of the bill. House Resolution.
House Resolution 1081, Resolution Organizing the Philippines-Singapore Parliamentarians Friendship Group.
Floor Leader.
Move to adopt, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1081. Those who are in favor, please say aye. Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 1081 is now adopted. Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move that we consider House Resolution 1145 in consolidation with House Resolution 1134 and 1137.
The Secretary General is now directed to read the title.
Consolidation.
1145.
1145.
Read the title na.
Champion.
Yes, ma'am, already. House Resolution 1145, Resolution congratulating and commending the Philippine Women's National Football Team for securing its historic first win in the 2023 Federation International de Football Association FIFA Women's World Cup match held at the Wellington Regional Stadium in New Zealand on 25 July 2023.
Mr. Speaker, and I move that we adopt House Resolution 1145 in consolidation with House Resolution 1134 and 1137.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1145 in consolidation with House Resolution number 1134 and 1137. Those who are in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 1145, 1134, and 1137 is now adopted. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I move that we consider House Resolution 1110 and the Secretary General be directed the title of the measure.
Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the proposed resolution.
House Resolution 1110, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Tomas M. Dumpit, former representative of the 2nd Legislative District of La Union during the 11th, 12th, and 13th Congresses.
Your
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, I now move that we adopt House Resolution 1110.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1110. Those who are in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 1110 is now adopted. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we consider House Resolution 1111 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
The Secretary General is now directed to read the title.
House Resolution 1111, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Rodolfo G. Biazon, former Senator, representative of the Legislative District of Muntinlupa City during the 15th and 16th Congresses, and Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines.
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we adopt House Resolution 1111 in consolidation with House Resolution 1087 and 1102.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1111 in consolidation with House Resolutions number 1087 and 1102. Those who are in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those who are against, please say nay. House Resolution number 1111 in consolidation with House Resolutions number 1087 and 1102 is now adopted. Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move that we consider House Resolution 1112 and the Secretary General be directed to the title of the measure.
Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the proposed House Resolution.
House Resolution 1112, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Corazon T. Nunez Malanaon, Governor of the Province of Davao Oriental and former representative of the 1st Legislative District of Davao Oriental during the 12th, 13th, 17th, and 18th Congresses.
Mr. Speaker, and I move that we adopt House Resolution 1112 in consolidation with House Resolution 1118.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1112 in consolidation with House Resolution number 1118. Those who are in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 1112 in consolidation with House Resolution number 1118 is now adopted. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I move that we take up admin matters.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we include additional co-authors to House Bill numbers 7587, 8200, 8247, 8248, 8249, 8250, 8251, 8252, 8253, 8254, 8255, 8256, 8258, 8259, 8260, 8262, 8268, 8349, 8370, 8390, 8392, 8452, 8461, 8463, 8466, 8468, 8495, 8497, 8500, 8503, 8505, 8520, 8568, 8569, 8568, and House Resolution numbers 406, 407, 408, 814, 832, 992, 1015, 1016, 1021, 1022, 1030, 1031, 1032, 1033, 1034, 1035, 1036, 1037, 1043, 1044, 1045, 1046, 1047, 1048, 1049, 1050, 1051, 1054, 1061, 1074, 1075, 1078, 1079, 1080, 1081, 1100, 1110, 11111, 1112, 1145, and 1146 as contained in the list to be submitted by the Committee on Rules. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection for the inclusion of the co-authors of the following House numbers? The chair is none. Motion is carried. Floor leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn session until Monday, August 7, 2023 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Session adjourned until August 7, Monday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yes, Dong.